Okay, one thing I realized that I want to do is the same as with the gods. We want injured humans to be able to path to shaman that are inside of tents as well. Nearest shaman. We just need to remove this inside equals false check from that, and then basically do the same thing as with the gods. Although a little bit different. I don't think it really matters, to be honest with you. They'll just go to the tent and then like stand in front of it. It's fine. It's better than not being able to path to them, I think. I think it's extremely rare, almost impossible for this to ever actually happen, to be honest with you, but still, we'll handle for it anyway. Boom, done. Okay, we can cross that one off the list. And I think that's all the bugs fixed. Oh, no. There's still one bug that I want to look into. Potential bug. I don't know. Global threat level, wolf threat level times HP divided by max HP. It's not being rounded down or anything. It's just, I swear I've seen it. Maybe it has something to do with the trackers. What if it has something to do with the trackers and not this? Nearest threat. State not attack. Inside false. maybe their stealth got messed up or something. Find it highly unlikely, but we can check. That's the drop script. It's probably... Oh, actually, it might be when you first pick them up. I don't know. Nothing to do with stealth in here, apparently. Nothing to do with stealth in here either. Okay. Because the stealth is not set in the idle state anymore. So it is possible. I think it would get changed like as soon as they switched into some other state. Probably, maybe. What am I looking at here? No, stealth is set to 0 in idle. I thought the whole point was that we were not doing that. Are we doing that? Who wrote this game? Okay, that's how we're doing it, I guess. That's just how we're doing it. Well, that's completely pointless then. Well, it can't have been stealth then. Threat level? Threat level? God Hunter. Oh, maybe the threat level doesn't get reset. Am I resetting the threat level somewhere? That would be in here. Nope, I see it threat level 0. I guess this should really be set based on the calculation at this time as well. I mean, just because you know, when it's set, it should be like maybe they're low health when maybe you turn somebody into a guard when they were low on health, and their threat level should reflect that. Well, it's not that. Okay. Why not path fail? What does it matter? What does it matter? I don't think it does. Why would that be in here? It seems redundant. Seems redundant to me. There must be a good reason for this being here. I just don't know what it is. I'm gonna trust that my past self knew what they were doing. Okay. Okay. Nearest threat, stealth. Ah, interesting. I don't think any of the others have the wisdom check, the stealth check in there. Huh. Well, the stealth check is redundant because they wouldn't be added to the nearest threat tracker if they failed the stealth check in the first place. So that is redundant. Okay. Get rid of that. Why is that there? Okay, I think these ones are all correct. Is there some reason we have two of these? Pretty sure we can combine those, as I have done with most of the other ones. Why has this one got two as well? Provoked, inside false, idle flee, death, harvested hell, attack. Provoked, inside false, idle flee, death, harvested hell, attack. That's exactly the same. So we can do Which way around do I normally do them? Alarm first, okay. Wait, why does this even have an alarm? The alarm is only ever set on prey animals, I believe. No? Maybe not. Hold on. Oh, really? Really? These guys don't have a nearby prey tracker. It kind of does make sense to do it this way in a way. Just doing double perception radius right now. It's just that the predators could be running from something that they're just totally not even afraid of. That's the thing. It's like, with it being like this, it could be like a single lone hunter or something who shoots an arrow, and there's like a pack of 9 wolves that all run away scared when they hear the arrow. But you know, a single hunter is no threat to 9 wolves. Why would they be behaving like that? Yeah. The reason it's been removed from some of the predators, like the wolves, is because I was like, oh, they don't need to flee from, I can literally delete alarm 0 from this. I was like, they don't need to flee from anything like that. Well, it's true. This doesn't actually make them flee. That's a good point. Wait, what the fuck even is this? All it does is return them to idle. What's the point? That's different. This is completely pointless. Why am I doing this for anything? The thing that spooks the nearby animals is in state conditions. Huh. So I've kind of just been doing this for no reason. This is some archaic code. And I'm pretty sure I implemented it wrong in the first place as well. If we, not this one, if we look at the deer state conditions, state flee. Why am I zooming out? I don't want to zoom out. State flee, right. Okay, this is deer. Okay, the deer is like, okay, the nearest threat is in range. It's gonna flee from it. So it sets danger to nearest threat, makes a waypoint, targets the waypoint. And then it goes through the list of all nearby prey. And it also makes them flee as well. So you get that like scattering effect. And so it sets everything for them as well. And it changes their state. Removes them from a migration list, apparently, if they're migrating. Does it remove itself from the migration list? No? Interesting. Should it? I'm assuming so. If it's removing all these from the migration list, if they're on it, why is it not doing that for itself? I don't know. Because I don't think it includes itself on the nearby prey list. It shouldn't do. It does, actually. Huh. That's weird. That's very weird. Huh. Okay, so it's actually running all of that stuff twice on itself, because it does it once and then it goes through the list, and it's also on that list, so it does it again. So really, this should be first thing we should be looking at here is ID does not equal other.id, so that it doesn't add itself to this list. Crazy. Crazy stuff. Okay. And then, but then that would have been removing it from the migrating deal list if it was on it, because it would run that code on itself. But now it would not, so we also need an additional one of these, like here, I guess, where we basically just say this. So this is the thing that makes like all of the when a deer bolts, you know, all of the nearby prey animals also scatter, because they're like, what the fuck is going on, you know? It has nothing to do with this stuff. In fact, this, I don't even know why this exists. Like, what is this? All this would do would be trigger the combat interrupt, which just returns them to idle, basically. All this would do is everything within twice the hunter's perception radius would return to idle after like 150 milliseconds. And then just like do nothing. But it's pointless. Why are we even doing this? We can just remove this completely. And then this can just be removed completely. Hey, there we go. Nice. I suppose maybe like, well, that's not even like when that code was written, we didn't even have the trackers like working like they do now, where they scan through everything over time at a rate of 1 instance per step. They just checked everything every step, so they would be pretty much like instant updating. So I have no idea what I was even thinking. I mean, I kind of have a vague idea of what I was thinking. I was like, yeah, we want all of the nearby animals to get spooked when somebody shoots an arrow because it's going to freak them out. But it was just a completely terrible implementation that didn't even work. So, well, it's good to know that well, we didn't fix it. We just completely removed it because there's no reason to even do it. That's in a sense, that's an optimization because we're just not doing a bunch of stuff that we didn't need to be doing. That's the best kind of optimization, not doing something when you don't need to do it. Still, I'm no closer to understanding what's going on with the wolves and why they were not attacking. I've only ever really noticed it with lone wolves, when there's just like one little wolf out on its own there and it just doesn't attack a human. It just like wanders right by them. We've confirmed that it's not stealth. We've confirmed that it's not threat level. I have no idea what it is, to be honest with you. Nearest threat gets cleared. Yeah, I was just checking. This all should be fine. So the stuff like when they're in the attacking state, we disable this tracker and then we enable this one, and this one works like how the trackers used to work. This is like the old style of doing it, where we just do with object human. So this tracker actually checks every human every step. We are doing it twice. Kind of. Wait a minute. Well, it is a bit different, I suppose. It's whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I thought it was going to be something to do with the threat level. Well, maybe let's look at the... It's almost certainly not going to be this, but we can eliminate another possibility. That's not what I wanted. Oh, God. No. Please don't be full screen, thank you. Total threat level less than or equal to allied threat level plus threat level. Maybe if it got total threat level wrong and it thought that there was like more of a threat than there actually was, for example. I want to actually look at allied threat level. Nearby wolves of the same pack does not include themselves. That's fine. That all seems to be correct. Allied threat level plus equals DS. Let's find value. Nearby wolves same pack dot threat level. Nice. Yeah. Total threat level. Threats nearby. No. Total threat. What is it called? Total threat level. Total. Where is it? Oh, there. Why is it not finding it? End threat size. Nearby threats. Nearby threats. Human. Inside. False. Drowning. Stealth. Perception radius. Not a fox, wolf of another pack, or a bear that's provoked. It's not inside, it's not on fire, it's not in any one of these states. Fails the stealth check within perception radius. That all looks fine. End threat size, DSLS size nearby threats. Instance exists, nearby threats I, total threat level plus equals nearby threats I dot threat level. Everything looks fine. I can't explain it. I cannot explain it. I don't know. Just gonna have to keep an eye on that one, I guess, because I don't know what's going on. I've seen it like twice, though, where there'll be just a lone wolf and it will like wander right past somebody without attacking them. Tempting offer indeed. Indeed. Oh, how much is this other one going for? Oh, do I not have it on my watch list? Where is it? I think it's too much. Anyway, I don't know if the... What happened with this? Wasn't this... I bid on this the other day, but it's been relisted, so whoever won the auction didn't pay for it. That happens quite a lot. Why do people bid if they're not going to pay for the damn thing? Where is it? Where is it? That's my Discord. I don't know why streamer mode is not working recently. I really want that Quake 3 Arena tin box, but it's never complete. It's always missing the t-shirt. It's really hard to find complete. There it is. It's this one, right? Oh, but then again, I don't need half of the stuff for that. So, okay. The Quake box is missing the disc and the jewel case, essentially. It's not in the best of condition, and it's way too expensive for what it is. And it looks a little bit sun faded on the cover as well. I don't think I can justify it. I was just wondering if I could, you know, piece it back together and make it complete again, but I don't think it's worth it for the price. There you go. Someone else is also selling a loose... Ah, it's missing the inserts. These are missing the inserts as well. Interesting. Oh, there's no disc with this anyway. I see. I do have one incredibly sun-faded Quake disc kicking around, which I kind of bought on accident. I didn't realize that it was in such poor condition, basically. Oh, so I was just thinking, like, I've got a loose disc. Maybe I could, like, piece together a complete copy. But not at this price. I can't. No siree. It's definitely not worth it. It's just in really poor condition, as well as it being missing the disc and also the registration card and the jewel case and the inserts. It's not happening. It's not happening. Okay, what am I doing? Oh, right. So we couldn't really get to the bottom of that bug. I don't know what's causing that. But there's some balance changes that I want. Well, the major thing that I want to do, it is technically like a balance. It's kind of a balance change. It's a little bit more than that. I want to make some changes to how fire works so that fire can spread to and from humans, which it can't do right now. Fire can spread from like plants to tents, and from tents to plants, and from tents to tents and plants to plants. Fire cannot spread to humans directly. The only way that humans can set on fire is if they're inside of a tent when it catches fire. And then fire cannot spread from humans to anything else or other humans. Well, anything else, yeah. But I want to change that now because it's trivialized the mechanic. I'd say the fire doesn't really make enough of an appearance in the game. Like, it, as soon as you work out that, like, oh, if I just don't put the campfire near anything flammable, then nothing will set on fire. That's it. It's never going to happen again. Nothing's ever going to catch fire. However, the humans always have to use the campfire, so if we make a very low chance for the humans to catch fire when they are using the campfire, that could cause some fire to spread, potentially. I did recently, kind of as a byproduct of the recent refactoring of the fire code, I did nerf the fire essentially to where stuff burns quite a bit slower than it used to. So it is easier. You have more time to extinguish stuff than you used to. So we could make the fire spread a little bit more easily so that more stuff catches on fire. I just think it'd be fun. Because the campfire is the only, other than if the player just decides to set stuff on fire with Miracle of Fire, the campfire is the only thing that can set stuff on fire outside of random lightning strikes, which rarely hit anything. And if they do, well, it's already raining, so the rain will probably extinguish the fire anyway. So let's see. The fact that I made this into a function recently probably makes my life a lot easier when it comes to updating this stuff. Because I have this fire spread function which handles that. So I just have to modify this so that fire can spread to humans as well, right? So we would have like a nearby, we would have a temporary nearby humans list. I worry a little bit because nearby humans is already a thing on certain objects. So I might give it a different name just to avoid any potential conflicts there. So I'm going to create a list and then we're going to list all flammables. Oh, I suppose so. tents, and we got trees, bushes. So we're just going to add a new one of these, I suppose. The humans, object human, on fire is false. I guess it's just going to be like inside false state does not equal state held, and state does not equal state drowning, and state does not equal state stasis, and state does not equal state death, and state does not equal state harvested. I think that pretty much covers it. So if they're not already on fire, not inside, not in any of these states, and they are within distance to other, which is the distance gets further the stronger the wind speed is, because the stronger the wind, the further the embers can be carried to, you know, transfer the fire to other stuff. And there's a chance, it's like some sort of a base chance, I guess, which is reduced by rain. So there's less chance of fire spreading when it's raining, which makes sense because everything's going to be wet, which makes it less flammable. Okay, but this is going to be our nearby humans fire list. Okay, so we're going to go through all the humans and add them onto the nearby humans file list if they're within range. And then we go down to our stuff down here. God, I should really comment my code. What even is any of this? I don't know, but I'm going to duplicate it. And I'm going to say if the nearby humans file list is not empty, we're going to loop through it. I'm going to say current flammable equals this one. We're going to say, what the fuck even is this, dude? Right, I think these are going to need to be updated as well. Basically, well, currently, the campfire has a very low chance of setting anything on fire, basically. Tents have like double the chance. Humans, wait, I didn't think we did humans. Why is that here? I don't know. Humans have an even greater chance, and then anything else has the same chance as humans. That would be animals as well, basically, I guess. We could even just remove these final checks. I mean, just anything that... Wait, no, what about plants? Campfire, tents. What about plants? What about plants? So if object index equals object tree or miracle tree or bush, so this would be the chance for fire to spread from plants. And this is the chance for fire to spread from humans. Maybe if I just got rid of this, now this would just be like all creatures essentially, including humans, would have this chance of fire spreading. I think the plants should probably have a similar chance of spreading to the tents. The humans having a really high chance of spreading, I'm not sure how I feel about that. we're just going to have to like test it and tweak it, I guess, balance it. So the campfire has a really low chance of setting anything on fire. You see, in my head, I was thinking the campfire should have an even lower chance of setting the humans on fire. But the way that things are set up right now, it doesn't work like that. The way it's set up right now is like the chance is based on the type of object that is on fire, not the type of object that it's spreading to. Right. I think. Is it? Wait. No. Do I even understand what's going on here? For blah, blah, blah. Right. Well, it's easy to change it to be that way. We're doing 4 DS list size nearby humans fire. And then object index, which is the controller object, so the whatever the script is being run on. But we could change it so that it's like DS list nearby humans fire I. Well, actually, we just know that this is humans, don't we? How do we want fire to work, guys? Do we want... I'm a big fan of universal rules. Fire is just fire and it behaves like fire. You know what I mean? I guess you can possibly justify it by the size of the fire. You know, the size of the fire would increase the chance of it spreading to something. The flammability of the thing that it's spreading to would increase the chance of it catching on fire. So you can justify it that way. Fire may just be fire, but the size of a fire or the flammability of an object would have an effect. Well, we know that this is for humans just based on the fact that everything on this list is a human. Right, and current flat, we're just going through this one list. I don't know why we don't just... Oh, because we have some specific handling or something? That makes sense. I see, okay. Good job I duplicated that one because it has the handling that we need for the humans. It has entrance. No, we don't need that bit. We just need that. So we know that this is specifically for humans anyway, so... Okay. It would be a lot better for my sanity if it was just the same for everything. But that might be quite a bit harder to balance. We might sort of need it to be different in order to balance things. You know, in my opinion, I feel like I want to put them in order of flammability as well. Well, from least flammable to most flammable, I feel like. Although I'm not sure humans would be the most flammable. But I feel like the campfire is the least flammable, right? It's just this tiny little fire and it's contained and everything. That shouldn't really set stuff on fire very much. So this number might need to increase, or we might need to decrease the chance of it setting stuff on fire because of how frequently humans interact with it. And previously it couldn't spread to the humans. Might need to reduce the chance even further. We'll see. We'll leave it like this for now. And then I think that the trees and such should be have a greater chance of spreading fire. And then I think the tents should have an even greater chance of spreading the fire than the plants. And then the humans and creatures actually probably should have less chance of spreading the fire, to be honest, but I don't know. We could just make it more, just for fun. Just to witness the chaos. That would be pretty insane. And this is, yeah, it's true. It's not just if the campfire sets them on fire, it's if they're set on fire by anything. If you as a player just decide to set somebody on fire, they'll have a really high chance of spreading that to other humans. And then this would basically be the same for all of them. Like, this is almost certainly going to end terribly. Don't think it can be that high of a chance to spread from humans to other stuff. But basically that's it, I think. So now the fire can spread to humans, pretty much. Just like out of curiosity, what happens if we just like set a human on fire? Forget about everything else. Let's just see how easily the fire spreads from human to human. I need to not be on Beginner Island so that I have Miracle Fire unlocked. I need the power to cast the miracle. There's no way to unassign gifts once you've assigned them. Sometimes, like now, I'd rather just set them back to default humans. Holy shit, that spreads fast. Like, that immediately set another human on fire. Holy cow. At least they're running away from everybody. Except for this one child. The burning child. But now it's not really spreading anymore. Apparently this tree is on fire, but it doesn't look like it. Why is that? I think I might have fucked up and the tree particles don't appear. Right, that would make sense. Why do the tree particles not appear when the trees are on fire? Who knows? We're gonna have to look into that. Amazingly, this child here is not catching anybody else on fire, though, somehow. Oh, it did. It did. It's spreading. Obviously, and it's exponential. The more humans are on fire, the more likely they're going to set other humans on fire. It's going to get pretty crazy. The worshippers don't even stop worshipping when they're on fire, by the way. That's dedication right there. They're catching a lot of trees on fire here as well, but we just can't see it. The particle effects don't work. That's a bug. Definitely the worshippers should stop worshipping when they're on fire. Worshippers do not stop worshipping when on fire. Holy cow, we're getting attacked by wolves as well now, Jesus. And bears, by the looks of it. Or is that bear just running? Holy cow. Okay, well, it both is and it isn't, like, too bad. I mean, it's probably a bit extreme. Probably just needs to be, like, the same as the tents, really. So why are the trees not emitting particles? Plants, tree, there'll probably be like some alarms or something that make the particles, and those alarms aren't getting set. We need to like transfer the stuff. I think maybe I just deleted the code, whatever it is that's supposed to make particles. That's not great. So they're supposed to emit the tent smoke particle based on these coordinates. We have something here for the tent object, alarm 1 for smoke particles, alarm 2 for fire and sparks. The trees, it seems to be alarm 0 for smoke, alarm 1 for fire. The hell is alarm 2? The flickering light effect. Does the light effect even work right now for anything? Alarm 2 equals 5. Okay. Well, we can at least get the particles working by essentially just doing this for trees. I don't know what the old kind of values were set to because I've deleted it, but should be fine. Check tree. What about the bushes? Are the particle effects working on the bushes? Same again with the bushes, alarm 0 and 1. I think we could just add it to the same one here. The only reason that this one's a different one is because it's alarm 1 and alarm 2 for the tents. Why is that? Does it have to be that way? What is alarm 0? See, there is no alarm 0. So we could absolutely change them to be the same. God damn it, Leroy. Or is it one of the other tents that has an alarm 0? Maybe the store? No. So let's change alarm 1. Yeah, we're probably not going to use alarms eventually. We'll convert off of them, but for right now, alarm 0 and change event alarm 1. Alarm 3 is for the flicker effect. I've no idea where we're even updating that, but let's not worry about it just yet. Alarm 0. Alarm 1. Super cool. Okay. And then we can just combine all of those into the same thing, which is nice. Including the bushes. Object get parent. Oh, I didn't notice that. This is just supposed to be object index. Boom. There we go. We should have our particle effects back now, which is nice. Always nice to be able to see some particles. Oh. I didn't have the power, but I also didn't get the error sound when I tried to cast that on a tree without enough power. Oh, it just doesn't... Oh, now it works. Don't know what that was all about. Seems a bit slow, doesn't it? Oh, it's spreading though. It's spreading alright. That's not enough particles, is it? Why is it so few particles? It's the same amount that we were doing for tents. Or maybe there's something actually like different in the alarm itself. 1 smoke, 1 spark, 1 fire. Huh. Looks the same to me. Why is there so few particles being created? Alarm 0. If alarm 0 equals -1, random range between 6 and 15 divided by... I swear the tent fires looked different though. Hold on. Do I still have the tents to be set to be automatically pre-built in test mode? Yes. Okay, so I can just run in test mode to get the tents and then try setting them on fire and see if that's any different. I swear the tent fires were looking a lot different. But it's like exactly the same amount of particles as far as I can tell. This is going to be a really good change, though, because it doesn't trivialize the fire mechanics. Or you can't, like... There's no escaping it, right? The humans always have to use the campfire, which means they have to get close to it, which means that they might set on fire, even if it's a very low chance. Really, that's not a lot of flames. I think we need more than that. Why is it so few? Get back to the fire script, please. Okay, so the humans work completely differently. They have their own way of making fire particles when they're on fire. We should really sort of combine all of that so it's all kind of universal and all handled by this script as well. So basically just by reducing this number here, we'll get more fire, more flames. Right? No. Nope. No. Because it's this one that makes the... Wait a minute. Setting the wrong damn alarm. There we go. It was making flames at the rate that it should have been making smoke. And it wasn't making any smoke, was it? There was no smoke. That explains a lot. There's your problem. Oh, I didn't start in test mode. Damn it. Okay. Okay then. Yeah, this is great. Because, like, as soon as I knew that the campfire can set stuff on fire, I just put it really far away from everything else so that it never does that. And that's problem solved. But if the campfire can actually set the humans on fire, and the humans always need to use the campfire, then there's no avoiding it. We just need it to be a really low chance, because we don't want it constantly setting people on fire. That's more like it. That's what it should look like. And the smoke's back as well. Hell yeah. And so this fire on the tent has a chance to spread to the humans as well. We have 2 water bearers. I wonder if they'll be able to put this out in time. Probably not. Depends how close the nearest stream is. It's miles away. They're screwed. Where even are they? Oh, the game just crashed. Great. What's going on? Unknown object dot state not set before reading it. Human create 0 line 5500. What is this? Extinguish. Oh, because they could be targeting something that's not a human. I didn't think of that. We need to do target dot object index equals object human when we're doing that check. Boom. Problem solved. Okay. Well, it didn't manage to spread to anything else in that space of time. Maybe we just got lucky, though. Could just do the get parent here. It's a single check instead of 3. It's a bit more efficient. It's a pretty high chance for it to spread from tents to other things. Kind of surprised it's not spreading. I'm being cautious, though. I'm definitely being cautious about just giving it a really high chance to spread. Also, I'm not sure if the lighting effects are working. I don't have a miracle that allows you to control the time of day right now, but I wish I did. Because I need it to be nighttime so I can see the lighting effects. I'm assuming the lighting will be working. It's whether the flickering is working or not. The flickering is probably not working. I think it would only be working for the humans. Possibly the creatures, the animals, depending on how it's implemented. I can't remember. We need to build all of that stuff, all of the particle stuff into the function as well, so that it's all self-contained. It'll be much nicer that way. Okay, I'm just going to fast forwards until nighttime. We'll see if the campfire catches anything on fire. Okay, the thing is, I better set one of the tents on fire before everyone goes inside of the tents, otherwise I'll be setting them on fire too. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like it's emitting light. Whether it's flickering or not, I'm not sure. Oh, it does appear to be flickering. Or is that just the fade out happening? Whoa, we've got a lot of water bearers. I'm gonna put this out in no time. There we go. Okay, brace yourselves. Now this is going to get out of hand, I'd imagine. Every single burning human can spread fire to other tents or humans. Oh, okay. Got an error. Nearest guard.inside is true. Unable to find instance for object -4. Oh, did I just forget to do the instance exists check? State conditions line 812. Conditions, state conditions. 812. What is this? Oh, it's supposed to be nearest shaman. What the hell am I doing? I copy pasted it and missed one. There we go. Okay. Honestly, I'm tempted. I'm tempted to increase the chance of the fire spreading more. But we've got to be careful, otherwise it could get completely out of control. Oh, I did it again. Yeah, I mean, if the fire can spread, it really puts the pressure on to get it extinguished. But if it can spread too easily, it's just going to incinerate everything. So my logic, what I'm thinking, my justification is that the trees and the plants are alive, so they're not very flammable, right? Compared to like dead wood. The tents are made of dead wood and fur. They're extremely flammable. The humans should be a bit less flammable than tents, I imagine. But currently they're not. I think they're just as flammable as tents right now, I think. But they should probably be less flammable. Same with other creatures, to be honest. Yeah, it is very rare for the... I'd kind of like to see it happen naturally, if you know what I mean. I'd kind of like to see the campfire just catch something on fire. But it's obviously quite rare. But the fact that it can now spread to humans, not just tents, means it's has more like opportunities to spread than it used to. How many? We have 3 water bearers, and the nearest stream is quite far. Holy oh no, I thought that other tent caught on fire. Okay, so they prioritize getting the humans extinguished first, as they should. And then they go for the tent after that. Still one more. It's starting to rain as well, that helps. Holy shit, what? This human is still burning. What happened? I think maybe it spread to an extra human, I'm not sure. Couldn't tell. It didn't spread to any of the other tents, though. Yeah, I think... So I think probably the chance for it to spread between humans... The rain... I think the rain is going to finish extinguishing this before the water bearers get back. That's cool. I think... Okay. Let's see. The humans should have this chance. 1 in 2,500. I think the tents should have a greater chance, like 1 in 1,249 or something like that. I guess this should apply to all the creatures, actually. And then tents, what did I say, 1,249. And then we can actually get rid of this because we're covering everything now. These are the only things that can be on fire. Campfire, trees, bushes, humans, animals, tents. Those are the only things in the game that can be on fire, so there is no else anymore. And then just update them all to be the same. Okay, so tents have a lot more, like double the chance to spread fire to other stuff. Humans are the same as they were. Okay, let's give it a go. Still kind of want to see this campfire just spontaneously set something on fire. But it's very rare, as it should be. It's pretty rare that people just get set on fire by a campfire. Okay, 0 occupants in this one. Holy shit, I think it spread to these other humans. Maybe that guard caught on fire. Or was that guard inside of the tent when I ignited it? I'm not sure. Tent has not spread to any other tents though. Still. Oh, the water bearer caught on fire. That was cool. Yeah, they have a chance of catching on fire, obviously, whilst they're trying to extinguish the damn thing. There we go. They still pulled it off, though. I'm gonna give them some fur so they can get it repaired. Let's watch the... How many carpenters have we got? 3, that's good. Let's watch the carpenters repair this tent. Boom. Fully repaired. Okay. A lot of people are going to be sheltering from the rain and stuff. 5 of 5. We're doing it again. The worst thing would be if the tent that had all of the water bearers in it set on fire. Oh, cool. That was, yeah, you see that? Like when they were all huddling around this shaman trying to get some healing. Right. But then when the shaman ran out of mana, they left because they were like, oh, you can't heal me, you don't have mana. It still hasn't managed to spread to another tent yet. We've got to be really careful though. Like if we set the chance too high, as soon as it spreads to another tent, then that's like doubles the chances of it spreading. And it could just engulf the entire camp in the blink of an eye if we're not careful. Oh, you know, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Can the campfire even set anything on fire right now? Because the campfire doesn't have... Holy shit, it did just set somebody on fire. Okay, so it works. I just don't know how it works at the moment. You know, most things have on fire equals true or false. The campfire doesn't have that. The campfire has fuel, and if the fuel is greater than 0, then it's burning. It keeps setting people on fire. That's crazy. This guy's depositing water. Why are you not helping this guy? That's a bug for sure. No, somebody else was allocated. That's what it was. Right. It's only one water bearer per burning human is how it works. They don't all try and extinguish the same human because that would be inefficient. Okay, but this definitely is going to make, like, fire much more of a thing. Like, you know, before you could just put the campfire really far away from all your tents and nothing would ever set on fire. But now, the humans themselves can actually set on fire by getting close to the campfire. But I still feel like it's less about the thing that's on fire and it's more about the thing that they're igniting. You know what I mean? Like... It still feels kind of backwards. This is the chance for the campfire to set a human on fire. This is the chance for the campfire to set a tent on fire, which seems like it should be higher. There should be a greater chance of it setting a tent on fire than a human. And how does that work then? How? Good question. I have no idea. Because this whole thing is based on fire equals true. Did I just add that to the campfire or something? No. So how exactly does this work? Or what is that? Nearby humans. We don't use these lists anymore. We need to get rid of that. Is that what's happening? Is it still using the old method or something? Fire, heat, fire, spread. Oh. It's running fire, heat, fire, spread in there. Interesting. So this one is like, if on fire true, then subtract HP, run fire, heat, fire, spread on tick. Is this on tick? No. We gotta be careful. That should be on tick then. Ah. Well, that would change things considerably, wouldn't it? Does this thing have a tick? I don't think the campfire does have a tick. Well, we could put it on global tick. There's only ever one of them, I suppose. Is anything in here on tick? Probably nope. No, it is not. Okay, well that's fucked. And fire rain and fire extinguish. And this has its own rain code, which obviously depletes fuel. Right, because the other stuff has like an extinguishment meter that goes up. This thing depletes fuel faster if it's raining. Okay. 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 So the fact that it's not being run on a tick in here means that it has a much higher chance of spreading. Everyone else is running it on a tick. Interesting. So now that it's on a tick, it's only going to be happening like 4 times a second or whatever it is. I forget how the tick even works, but it's going to be happening a lot less. So this chance essentially now got way lower because we were doing it 60 times a second previously. So these values are probably way off now. We need to bring it down a lot. No, that should be 2499. Yeah, And the campfire should definitely have a higher chance of setting tents on fire. You should have a higher chance of setting stuff that's more flammable on fire. Everything should work like that, I feel like. So, yes, the chance of humans catching on fire should be pretty low across the board. In fact, maybe that's just how all fire should work. Maybe it should be kind of universal. It would sure be good for my sanity if it was. If it was just like, well, humans have a really low chance of setting on fire, and then, well, tents have quite a high chance of setting on fire because they're extremely flammable. And plants have like a medium chance of setting on fire, something like that, right? I mean, this got crazily reduced. So just like the chance of fire spreading to humans is like 1 in 4,900, 1 in 5,000. The chance of fire spreading to tents is 1 in 2,500. The chance of fire spreading to plants, wait, let's make the chance of it spreading to plants 2,500. Make the chance of it spreading to tents like 1,000. It was 1 in 1,000 or something. Right. That makes more sense to me. Yes, there is an argument that, like, the larger the fire, the more chance it has of spreading. A tent fire is way bigger than a human fire, for example, or a campfire, better example. Now, this might be absolutely insane, but we gotta start somewhere. It just like instantly ignited somebody. Holy shit. And that was a human too. It hasn't even caught a tent. We only have a single water bearer. We have way too many breeders. Let's get some extra water bearers. Jesus. Oh, okay. Thought there were no streams like anywhere. I'm gonna bring them closer. Don't worry, buddy. Someone's on the way. Oh my god, now it caught a tent on fire. Oh my god, this tree caught on fire. Okay, it spreads pretty rapidly now. What's going on here? See them, they're like trying to heal, but they're already full health. Oh, that's a bug. Holy shit, it's getting out of control. Hold on, there's a bug with the shaman. They're like trying to heal even though their target's on full health. State heck. Exactly. Instance does not exist, lowest health human. Is that not getting cleared or something? Target.hp greater than or equal to 100. I mean, that should have been enough to stop them from healing. Oh, what's going on? So maybe the lowest health human tracker is not getting cleared properly. Lowest health human. Well, there's your problem. It's the exact thing that we're doing to try and optimize, is preventing them from ever clearing them off of the fucking tracker. Fuck. You know what we can do, though? I need a separate if statement, but if this list is empty, we can just clear the tracker because we know that nobody should be on it. Best of both worlds. We get to keep our optimization, but also the tracker works correctly. There you go. Is there anything else I should reset at that same time? Maybe. Maybe I should just reset all of this as well. I don't know. Doesn't hurt. Yeah, I worry about the other ones. I worry about anything else that has a, like where the tracker gets disabled. Is there anything like that? Like if you switch gifts, for example, in this case. This stuff only runs on the hunter, but if you were to reassign them to someone else, should we clear it? Problem with that is you're constantly setting this stuff when that's not true. Wait, where is it? I've lost it. I haven't really seen it cause an issue anywhere else yet. Do I just run trackers clear on gift reassignment, or trackers yeah, I do. So that's, we just, if you change that gift, we just clear the trackers that way. Anything state-based is fine. Anything gift-based is fine. The only exception is basically this that I can think of. Is there anything else like that? season. Some stuff is seasonal. Global season equals autumn. Else DS list clear. Win loss 0. I don't reset anything else really though, do I? Should I do a full reset on all this stuff? Do I need to? I have no idea. Probably. Maybe. I think I should, to be on the safe side. Yeah, this is the downside to the optimizations that I've tried to make to the trackers, where I'm like trying to disable the trackers when we don't really need to be running them. The downside is like handling that, basically, right? Okay. This one works kind of differently because it's like we do still run the tracker outside of these seasons, but it's modified. It's kind of different. Nothing was season based in these. I don't know. I feel like I feel like I'm probably covering everything there. If I'm missing something, it hasn't presented itself yet. Okay. So at the moment, our chance for the fire to spread is way too high. Well, if I modify this script here, it modifies it everywhere, because that's how scripts work, so this is fine. Okay, so it's a little bit extreme right now. We probably need to go back to like what we had before. Kind of. Chance for humans to catch on fire is very low. Chance for plants to catch on fire is like medium. And chance for tents to catch on fire is quite high. I think I'll probably just do it like this because it's so much simpler and easier for me to think about. But if you want it to be really realistic, then you would also want to factor in the thing that is setting stuff on fire. And like how big is that fire, basically? How volatile is that fire? Would also increase the chances of it spreading. But this is a nice simple way of doing it, and it achieves a pretty good effect still, I would say. Alright, let's put the... Now I am curious as to what happens. See, this carpenter here is going to put fuel on the fire, but if I move the campfire, I think they just put it in the store instead, don't they? put it back down and they'll put it on there. Thought I was going to sneeze. Okay. So, we just have to play the waiting game now. I could speed up the timescale, I guess, but basically we just have to wait and see how long it takes for something to catch fire when the campfire is burning. Just to get an idea of how oh, it happened. So it's a pretty high chance. It didn't even take a day, and we're already burning the camp down. So yeah, this is definitely still too high of a chance for it to spread. Now, the tents are the most flammable thing, but still, we don't want it to be too extreme. So we can try like humans, 1 in 10,000, plants, 1 in 7,500, and tents, 1 in 5,000. Which is probably still too high, to be honest with you. We have 2 water bearers, but the nearest stream is really far away. We need at least 3, I would say. We've got way too many foragers for some reason. You can be a water bearer. Oh, okay, a forager caught fire. That's a human as well. That's like the lowest chance to catch on fire as a human. And it took less than a day to catch one on fire. That's too much. That's too frequent. Probably needs to be like a 1 in 25,000 chance to catch a human on fire, and then go down from there. Now that's dangerous, sleeping in a tent right next to the fire. If that tent goes up and all those humans catch on fire, it's going to be a disaster. I think that one's probably just in range. I can't remember, let me have a look. I can't remember if we're like centering up when we do the range checks. Whoa, okay. Other dot, we're just doing a distance to object isometric, which is based on, wait, no, distance to object isometric? No, that centers up. Okay, so it is from the middle to the middle. Whoa, I heard water. Was something on fire? Did somebody set on fire? Seems like it's just the humans that have been catching on fire so far, even though the tents are a lot more flammable. I want to grab some coconut water, I'll be right back. How are we doing? Any more fires breaking out? What's the chance now? Chance to set a human on fire. I think we should do like 1 in 50,000 chance to set a human on fire, 1 in 25,000 chance to set a plant on fire, 1 in 10,000 chance to set a tent on fire, something like that. Actually, that's probably still too extreme, because the humans have a 1 in 10,000 chance right now, and they've been spontaneously combusting left, right, and center. Maybe like 1 in 100,000, 1 in 50,000, 1 in 25,000 or something like that. What I should really be focusing on is the fact that the worshippers don't stop worshipping when they catch fire. What is that all about? That's definitely a bug. Because there isn't really an interrupt script, I don't think. I don't think I have a function that like stops them from doing what they're doing when they set on fire. I think I actually like manually wrote it in everywhere that if they're on fire they should stop doing what they're doing. And maybe I just missed that one. There is an interrupt script for the water bearers to stop doing what they're doing if something sets on fire so that they can extinguish it. I don't think there's anything for the other humans. Oh, a child has ignited. A child is ablaze. Quickly now. Extinguish the child. Where are the water bearers? Here we go, here we go. They're coming in. Here we go. Coming in hot. Okay. So, yeah, well, we can guarantee that people are catching fire way too often right now. So, I'm going to do something crazy and put this to like, well, just add an extra 9 on there, I guess. Right? That's like, 1 in... Wait, what was it before? How do numbers work again? This is a 1 in 10,000 chance. What was it previously? Wait, no, what is this? This is a 1 in 10,000 chance. This is a 1 in 100,000 chance? No, 100,000 would be... What is this? 9,999 plus 1 is 10,000. Times that by 10 is 100,000. So I'd have to add 2 9s, right? 999,999 plus 1 is 100,000. 999,999. 999,999. So very low chance for the humans to set on fire. And then I would say like a 1 in 50,000 chance for plants to set on fire. And then like a 1 in 25,000 chance for tents to catch fire. Although, weirdly, in our playtest, it was just the humans that kept catching on fire, even though the tents have a much greater chance of catching on fire than humans. 24,999, 25,000, 50,000, 100,000. Okay. We're in the ballpark now, I would guess. 10 times reduced chance for humans to set on fire. Because they were just going up. Going up in flames. Okay. So this campfire is within range of 4 tents. But what this also means, yeah, it's true. It means like humans have the same extremely low chance of spreading the fire to other humans, which is kind of not what I want, really, actually. So I do probably want to introduce or reintroduce that stuff where the chance for the campfire to set a human on fire is really low, but the chance for a human to set another human on fire is a lot higher. Oh shit, okay, one of the tents has gone up already. Not even a day has passed. Seems kind of crazy to me, based on how low these chances are. Maybe there's something wrong with my implementation. Wish I had it print to the console, so when I'm tabbed out I could still tell if something sets on fire. Objects, constructs, campfire. I'm doing tick timer equals global tick. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. I don't know what global tick even is. Wait a minute, what? Oh, it is on a tick there. Oh, jeez. It was already on a tick before. I'm just like checking it twice for no reason now. Totally missed that. So this stuff has already been running on global tick. Which, honestly, I don't even really know what global tick is. We have a look at the tracker here, which updates it when you change the time scale. So it's always 60. And then it becomes 30, 15, 8. So at regular speed, global tick happens once per second roughly, and then twice per second at double speed, 4 times per second at 4 times speed, and 8 times per second at 8 times speed, which is perfect. It scales perfectly, right? And the stuff that runs on a local tick is like runs on this tick update. Depends on the tick roll. So there's, what is this? It ticks once per, is that how it works? It ticks once per second. It looks like it ticks once per second, or twice per second, or 4 times per second, or 8 times per second. I love that. I love how that's set up. It's very nice. It gives me great confidence in the time scale being pretty accurate still. Like if I crank the time scale up to 8 times speed, it's still pretty accurate. The trackers would be the thing that would be inaccurate, because it takes time to update them, and they don't update faster when you change the time scale, so that the trackers do introduce some inaccuracy, unfortunately. But I'd have to write something where it scans, 2 objects per step, or 4 objects per step, or 8 objects per step, and that's just a fucking nightmare. I'm probably not going to do that. Plus, you can expect a serious loss of performance if you do that. Okay, campfire is right there, sandwiched between 3 tents. And it's ablaze. Stick it in 8 times speed and see how long it takes for something to catch fire. Immediately. Immediately. It seems kind of crazy to me, like how quickly stuff catches on fire. And it spread to the other tent. They just barely got that extinguished in time. This one, they're not going to make it. Boom. Destroyed. Oh shit, look, they don't know what to do. They don't know how to react to that. Why is that? Why, okay. Gonna make a save right there. What is up with that? Objects, animal, human, state, extinguish. If target dot on fire equals false, does target dot on fire not get set back to false when it's destroyed? That would be weird. End step. No, on fire is definitely set to false. So why are they still trying to extinguish it? If instance exists target, and target.onFire is false, or target object index is object human and target.state equals target.state held, they should just return to idle. That is very unusual. Are they targeting something else? I don't see how that would be possible. But I guess if they weren't targeting the right thing, then they might not necessarily know that it's not on fire anymore. Is it because their fire tracker doesn't get cleared? That might explain it. Let's have a look at something. Let's disable this again for a second. State extinguish. Fire does not equal no one. So if that's not getting cleared, right. I see, okay. List not empty global. Why is it like this? Something like a memory. Something like a memory, I think. Okay. So, Jesus. So, okay. Fire extinguish with object human fire. If fire equals other.id, fire equals no one. That should clear it, no? Where is this? Object get parent tent. Is that failing? Oh, right. Because it wasn't extinguished. I guess we're just not doing that in here. That's exactly what's happening, isn't it? Boom. Yep. That is indeed the case. Drop that in there with the other fire related stuff, and we should be golden. Alright, if I load that save now, I'm pretty sure it will work, because this code should still be executed just because it's on 0 hit points. Nope. Okay, what's going on? Hit points less than blah blah blah. I mean, all of this code should be executed just purely because it's at 0 hit points. True. Because we've loaded a save, it's technically not the same object that it was before. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. So the save load system isn't correctly reassigning fires, I guess. Do I even do, like... Oh, how are we doing that? Okay, here we go. Fire object number does not equal no one. Fire object name target number equals other.fire object. Other.fire equals ID. Okay, you would think that that works. Have a look at this save code. You would think it works. If instance exists, fire object name equals fire.object index. Fire object name, fire object name. Fire object no, fire object no. Is fire object no being set in the first place? I guess that would be a good question. I mean, it would have to be because it's set when we run the pathing code. That's kind of our catch-all way of doing that, right? Wait. Fire object no? Well, fire object no, that's very different from target object no. Okay. Good point. Good point. Okay. What am I looking for? State extinguish. Fire object no is there. But it ain't there. But I don't think they would have assigned it that way. But I guess... I don't know. I mean, definitely it should be there, but not sure if it explains the bug. This would be like fire object no equals fire dot object no. I believe target no. Sorry, target no. Okay. Presumably they would have targeted it like... What is all this shit? What even is this? What is this? Oh, something about human. Fire check. Object index equals object human. Okay. If fire check object index is not human, which it wasn't in this case, then blah 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 blah. Well, it certainly isn't going to fix this save. It doesn't explain why target.onFire false isn't removing them from that state still. Or does it? Wait. We don't know what they're targeting. I think I should re-enable that thing that draws a line to their target, and we can actually see what they're targeting. Oh, they are targeting the correct object. So it did save and load correctly, although it's good that we found that other instance where it would have not saved and loaded correctly if it was kind of targeted from their memory. Okay. Well, in that case, you would just expect... You would just expect this to work. You would expect the target is not on fire, and therefore they should return to idle. Unless they're state looping. But how would that be happening? That would be impossible after the save load, no? Because... Wait, no, would it? I need to read this again. Other dot... No, that would not be impossible after the save load. Maybe what's happening is that they are returning to idle because of this, but they essentially have this thing stuck on their fire tracker now. And so they just re-enter this state and then return to idle, and they're just infinitely looping like that. Maybe. I don't know. Right, because we know that was saved correctly. So whenever I load this save file now, we know it was never clear. What we need to do now is replicate the scenario. We need to replicate it, which shouldn't be too hard to do. Good God. Maybe I should have disabled that stuff. So let's just have like a single water bearer, right? And so that they are unable to extinguish this thing in time. And I will set the store on fire. And we actually need it to burn down. The stream is actually so close that they might be able to extinguish it. Might just need to hold on to them for a second to slow them down. Or it might spread to another tent or something as well, I guess. Okay, I need them to be on the way to the tent when it finally burns to the ground, so just gonna hold on to them for a second and let them go now. Okay, and they stopped. We fixed it. All right. That's great. That's great. They were in an infinite loop. They were getting removed from the state, but then they were immediately rejoining the state because they still had that thing stuck in their memory, essentially. We fixed it. All right, that's great. We can get rid of all these red lines now. Brilliant. I love fixing bugs. Okay. So, where are we at? What are we doing now? Worshippers do not stop worshipping if they catch fire. That's dedication. That's devotion right there. Okay, humans. State worship. There ain't nothing in there that would stop them, is there? You may be deceived by the presence of fire interrupt, or maybe not, because it's commented out. That one is to interrupt the water bearers if something catches fire so that they'll go and extinguish it, right? There's no interrupt script for interrupting humans that have been set on fire. It's just not a thing. So I'm pretty sure, like, how do I do this then? I could add it to the combat thing, but I'm pretty sure that... Actually, how does this work? Because I'm pretty sure it works in most cases, right? Oh, it's probably just something that I do at the time of setting the thing on fire, right? Like if I have a look at Miracle Fire and what it does if we set somebody on fire with it. Is there something in here that explains it? It doesn't look like it. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one. I gotta look at the human. What happens if you use it on a human? Sets them on fire, returns them to idle right there. So there is nothing in the fire spreading script that would return a human to idle when it sets them on fire. That's basically it. So, fire spread with object human, blah, blah, blah. Nearby humans fire. So, I'm trying to kind of, this is the only example of something, some specific handling for something, right? When we set a tent on fire, we set has entrance to false so that they can path to any side of the tent instead of pathing to the entrance. That's like a, and we need some specific handling for the humans. We set them on fire and then we set state to current flammable dot state idle, and there we go. That's it. Now, it's much better to do it this way than constantly checking, right? We know that at the time, like at the time that something gets set on fire, or a human, at the time that a human gets set on fire, we need to set them back to idle. But that's much better than the humans constantly checking, am I on fire? Should I return to idle? Am I on fire right now? That's definitely not efficient. Right. Hey, Saitem, how's it going? So, this is a much better way of handling it. It's just that you've got to remember to actually do it. But now we're doing it, so that's great. So that's how that works. Good to know. We can cross that one off the known bugs list. Beautiful. We still don't know about this bug with the wolves not attacking sometimes. It's very rare, but I'm sure I've seen it happen like twice, and I still don't know what's going on. So that's like all the bugs fixed. That's probably not all the bugs fixed. There's probably more bugs, right? My code editor is just GameMaker Studio 2. It's GameMaker Studio 2's code editor. I think it's the old one because I haven't updated GameMaker in a while. So just a couple of balance changes that I want to make now, really. We've done that, crossed that off the list. Beautiful. VS code, I have no idea what that is. Increase the number of rabbits per warren by 1. Okay. That would be in the spawn system. It is an odd number, though. Wait a minute, what is this? J equals 0. So only the first rabbit that gets spawned is female and all... No. What? Is it normally randomized in the create event or something and I'm overriding it to make sure there's at least one female and one male? Something like that, maybe. Gender is randomized, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so it's just like we're just making sure there's always at least one male and one female, which I think we might even do that for the humans as well. Okay. That's fine then. Should I increase it to 5? Should we go 5 or should we go 6? I think we're going to go 5. It used to be like 10 per warren, but I doubled the number of warrens, so I halved the number of rabbits per warren. Okay, that's that. We just need, it'll need some testing. I'm still a little bit dubious about the rabbits and whether they're working correctly. Just need some testing. And I just want to increase the power cost of Miracle Fur, basically. Because I've realized that it's overpowered. Hey! Freshwater Fern, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. Hope you had a great stream. What have you been up to? How's it going, everybody? Welcome on in. Hello there. How are you? My name is Flames. I'm making a colony simulation game here. More fishing stuff. I was really enjoying watching the advent of the fishing line recently. Very cool. Very cool indeed. I've just been fixing bugs and now making a few balance changes. I just want to increase the power cost of one of my miracles here. Where is that? That would be in power costs. Miracle Fur. No, it doesn't work like that. So I'm going to actually have to go in. I'm going in. I'm going to have to actually go in here, and because it's like one... No, it costs like 10 power per fur. So, I mean, I could have it set up that way, I guess. It would make my life a bit easier, wouldn't it? It's going to be in Global Tap, Miracle Fur. So it's like... What is this? What is this? And how much do I want it to be per fur? Quite a bit more. Maybe 20, 25 or something? Because I realize that it just trivializes building, basically. If you have Miracle Fur, you can just conjure all of the fur that you could possibly need, basically. You could convert all of your hunters into additional worshippers and do it that way. It's just overpowered is what it is. And I don't want to remove it from the game, so I'm just going to balance it by changing the power cost. I'm thinking 25 seems like a good number. God power divided by... Okay, I'm guessing I don't want to actually have to remember how this works, but I'm guessing if I just change all of these 10s into 25s, we'll be just fine. Yeah, okay. So I'm gradually closing in on a solid build here, and hopefully going to get my Steam page this weekend. It's not going to be public for a while still because I need to commission some artwork and a logo and stuff, right? Which is it's gonna take me a while. Hey Fish, how's it going, man? Good to see you. It's going great. Yeah, I was just saying, like, we're getting really close to having a really solid build on our hands. Steam page this weekend, although it won't actually be public for quite a while still, probably a few months while I get the artwork commissioned and whatnot, because I am not an illustrator. There's absolutely no chance in hell that I would be able to do the artwork for the Steam page. It's just not gonna happen. Wait, am I doing this right? I'm getting concerned. I think so. I feel you, man. I can make things functional. That's also what I enjoy the most as well. I like making things work. Making them look pretty? That's not my wheelhouse. But that said, I do need to get back to drawing human sprites pretty soon. I've drawn half of them so far, and there's So that is about, I think I did the math. I need to draw 192 sprites, and I've drawn half of them. So, there's still a ways to go. That's just the humans. And they still look terrible because it's me drawing them. But it's better than everything being cubes, multicolored cubes. That's for sure. Have I done all of these now? Are we good? Else mode for blah, blah, blah. Oh, I noticed something earlier where I didn't get the error message. I didn't get the error sound if I tried to use Miracle Water. What was it? Miracle Fire. When I didn't have enough power to do so. I don't know, I'll have to go and test all of those. It's not a big deal, but you don't get the audio feedback. I think it's going to be worth it because when things are instantly recognizable, it does help. It does improve like the playability of the game, right? Where you don't have to memorize like what are the red cubes, what are the white cubes, what are the brown cubes, and that's horrible. Whereas if you can look at something and see what it is, that helps. So even my coder art is better than nothing. But I'm pretty sure that I'm going to have to hire somebody eventually, or like, you know, get somebody on board to do the art for the final version. But it's better than nothing in the meantime, especially considering I want to be pitching to publishers pretty soon, like this year. So I'm going to be sending out like a demo build to people. And not only that, but like I say, we'll be able to run playtests through Steam pretty soon. And I'm sure people will appreciate being able to tell what's what when they're playtesting the game also. Yes, okay, so, and I need to update the GUI, I guess, to reflect these new power changes. Excuse me. What the fuck even is any of this? I have no idea. Okay. What the hell? This thing draws this. Good God. This is how I do it right now, but I'm gonna get Scribble, I think it's called, an extension, a GameMaker extension for like doing text and stuff. But this is how I do it right now. I'm just writing everything in like this. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. I gotta say, I am really happy. I've been feeling a lot more motivated recently. I'm just really happy with how things are shaping up, for sure. So there we go. We've increased the power cost of Miracle Fur to 25 power per fur. Try saying that 3 times fast. I was wondering about any other ones. Light uses 1 power per second. I haven't noticed any of the others being like imbalanced. It was mainly just that one. That you could just get everything built way too fast, and like it made hunters pretty much obsolete. And I think so it takes 30 fur to build a tent. So if anybody can do the math out there, you'll know what that is before I can figure it out. 30 times 25, 250 times 3. 7. It's now 750 power per tent. Yeah, whereas previously it was 300. So we've definitely. What the fuck have I done? Shit. What's going on? Oh God, why did I just put a random 25 there? That's not what you want. Okay, one too many 25s. Hey, it runs. Okay. What should we do? Should we just do like a playtest? Like, actually play the game? Now we can finally play the game. Kenny, drink your elixir of the mongoose. I don't think I should be starting on Beginner Island, though. Me? A beginner? I'm offended. Frankly, I'm insulted. No, that has been a bit of a thing that I've had to keep in mind, though, obviously, because I know everything about the game. I know how to min-max everything to the nth degree. And, why am I playing on easy mode? Bear with me. Okay, we're going to get in-game in a second. I don't think I want to be playing on easy mode. Easy mode is easy. Normal mode used to be easy mode. I increased the difficulty recently because I was playing on normal mode and I was just like, this feels easy. This should be easy mode, shouldn't it? If it feels easy, it should probably be easy mode. So we changed it. I'm pretty happy with those changes. It does feel kind of right where it's at right now. If you really want it to be easy, you can put it on easy mode. But I was doing a playtest yesterday or a couple of days back, whenever it was recently, and I was like, you know, I always wind up playing the first level over and over and over again, right? Because inevitably I'll find a bug or something. It's like, okay, I got to go fix that. And then I start another playtest the next day or something, and I'm playing the first level again. So I got to the point where I was like, this is easy. This is too easy. But it's the first level. I had to remind myself, like, well, this is the first level. It's supposed to be easy, and it's supposed to amp up over time. We don't just want it to be, we don't want to, you know. So this is the game. You have some building mechanics. I've just placed down a store and a campfire. And then I need to make some, like, carpenters. They'll gather firewood and start felling trees to build with. I can make some hunters by dropping them down next to the campfire, and they'll hunt for meat and fur. Obviously to eat and to build the tents with. I'm a big fan of the female hunters. I like a full party of female hunters. It's my go-to. And then you can have worshippers who will worship at this obelisk, and I haven't drawn the sprites for them yet, but they'll give you power, the power to perform miracles, so you have like a bit of a symbiotic relationship with them, right? They have to worship you, and that allows you to perform the miracles to help them. That kind of thing. Just get these trees out of here, because currently you can't move the tree stumps, so once they chop the tree down, you got this really annoying tree stump stuck in camp forever. It doesn't make sense. If you can move the trees, why can't you move the tree stumps? I'll fix it eventually, but it's not exactly high priority. And then you place some tents down, right? We want some guards, of course. We want to protect the tribe. We want some shaman to heal people up if they get injured. So I've just been doing some fire stuff today, making so if everything catches on fire, it's because I've been making changes to fire recently. I've been making it so the fire previously the fire couldn't spread to or from humans, it could only spread between like plants and tents and stuff. Now I've made it so the humans can catch fire, and humans can set fire to other things as well if they're on fire, so the fire can spread a lot more easily and stuff. But basically it was like, oh my god, you gotta be kidding me, there's a freaking aggressive bear over here. If the bears have cubs, the females, if they have cubs, then they're aggressive. Holy shit, someone's already died as well. I didn't even notice. Okay, we're a man down. So I've got to get, so these are the shrines, right? These contain the miracles. Here's the resurrection shrine. We got to get this. There's a pack of wolves on either side of it, pretty much. So we got to get our worshippers over there and get this guy resurrected ASAP. But it costs 2,500 power to resurrect somebody, so we don't need to worry about that just yet. But let's get an extra hunter maybe to replace our fallen hunter for now until we can get them rezzed up. I can't see, I'm looking for females because I only like the female hunters. I think it might be a it might be a fetish. I don't know what's wrong with me. Let's get the rest of the tents and stuff placed down. Okay, here we go. So we want to get a creche as well. So the creche is where the women and the children hang out. It's like, you know, a place to keep them safe. Drummers. Let me tell you about the drummers. The drummers, you see, they'll play a drum, which gives everybody a movement speed buff. Holy shit, it's happening again. Oh my god, how many aggressive bears are there in this map? Good lord. Get out of here, bear. Hopefully we can scare it away far enough that it won't bother us. It'll like go to a different stream or something. Yeah, go over there. Thank you. Okay, do we have anything? Ooh, okay, we've got this Divine Intervention shrine right down here, really close to camp. That's huge. But, okay, please tell me this is a non-aggressive bear. I think this cub belongs to the other one. It's just not caught up yet. I'm not 100% on that. We can soon find out if this bear is aggressive by trying to feed somebody to it. Okay, it's fine. We're fine. Okay, what else do we need? What else? Water bearers, for the love of God. I've just updated the fire so that everything will spontaneously combust if you look at it wrong. We need water bearers. Okay. So the hunters, they're hunting, you know, they're harvesting these animals, bringing in the stuff, the goods. We've got to get the store built. I'm going to use Miracle Fur to provide the rest of the fur that they need for the store. Or get them close at least. There we go. So we can get this store built. Because the store is where they deposit all of the food and the water and firewood and stuff like that. And nobody else can really eat or drink until we get that store built. And then they can withdraw the resources from it. And I'm going to say let's get Divine Intervention. We're really lucky to have this shrine right on our doorstep here. So let's make the most of it. And get this miracle. So he's sending my worshippers over there. Give them a hand. A miracle hand, if you will. And that's good. So yeah, the drummer will give everybody around a movement speed buff. You can see this particle effect that indicates that they have a movement speed buff. And it can be really useful. We got lucky this time that we're right next to a stream, but sometimes the streams are really far away. And so, like, speeding up your water bearers and stuff can be really useful. That kind of thing. I mean, it's always useful to be sped up. Okay, let's get... Well, we don't have any of the tents built yet, so I'm not too worried. I think we're good right now. I think everyone else can basically be additional worshippers for the time being. Until we sort of need some other stuff. We'll just get that power coming in. Okay, we're looking good. Looking good. So these guys are just slowly unlocking this. Oh, okay, it's nighttime. Luckily I have Miracle Light. I'll actually use it. Normally I just squint really hard, but we'll actually use Miracle Light this time. So what else have we got in this map? So these are expansion stones, which will increase the size of the sphere of influence, which is the area in which you can perform miracles. But you can always perform miracles on your own followers, because they have this holy fire above their heads, which represents that, like, the Holy Spirit is with them, right? Or whatever. They're your followers. They love having miracles performed on them. They're all about it. Just be really careful, guys. There is an aggressive bear over there. Unfortunately, they spooked all of those deer by the looks of it. Okay. Oh! Okay, we've just herded it directly into camp. That's not what you want. Hopefully, it will see our guards and run. So the game is not about killing stuff, right? You don't really want to kill the animals. It's more like you want to kind of coexist with them as best as you can. This at the top here is the conservation meter. And every time you chop down a tree or kill an animal, your conservation score goes down a bit. So you're really disincentivized from doing that. You're supposed to live as sustainably as possible, right? And if it goes down too far and it's really low when you reach the end of the game, you get the bad ending, which is basically you just go to hell. If you manage to keep it up, when you get to the end of the game, you get the good ending, which is heaven, paradise, utopia, abundance, and eternal life. I haven't really made the endings yet. I have implemented the conservation meter and the thing that decides which ending you get, but I haven't really made the the endings. The levels do exist, they're just empty right now, basically. And I'm thinking about some stuff like, I don't know if you should have a chance to like redeem yourself if you get the bad ending, but maybe you can like go back to the beginning of the game and play through it again and fix your conservation score and get the good ending, so you can kind of like salvage your run or whatever. Or if you should just be punished with like eternal damnation, you know, like it's a little bit more realistic. It's like, you know, having to deal with the consequences of your own actions. Just like in the real world, where if you fuck up your own planet, you have to deal with it. Yeah, because it's very heavily like inspired by nature and just by life, really. It's all about sort of it's all about like working together and it's all about having like a symbiotic relationship with nature and everything. But I'm still thinking about it. I thought it would be cool if you get the good ending, though. Like you get like the 41st miracle. The last miracle in the game is rapture, which allows you to like rapture everybody back to heaven whenever you want. And then there's like a bunch of portals in the final level, which allows you to like essentially reincarnate in any world of your choosing, so you can like go back and live as many lives as you want, but always choose to return to heaven at any time. Just because it kind of plays into like that paradise utopia, like utopian vision where you have like ultimate freedom, you know, freedom to do anything. You've become a transcendent being that can create worlds and reincarnate in infinite lives, just for the hell of it, basically. Again, all very inspired by my own experiences, taking copious amounts of psychedelics and trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. Okay, we're doing pretty good. We got Divine Intervention unlocked. Divine Intervention allows me to basically like teleport anybody back to camp whenever I want, so we can get them out of danger real quick, which is pretty handy. And yeah, the levels are randomly generated or procedurally generated with Perlin noise, so you always get like a slightly different experience every time. I have 10 different biomes so far, and like full climate, weather, and season simulation. You know, and they can get cold and stuff. You need to give them the shelter and the warmth and everything to survive, as well as making sure that they have all the resources that they need. Okay, I have a bit more power now. Maybe I can no, it costs 750 now. This is what I'm talking about. Before, it would have been so easy to like conjure all of the fur that I need for these tents. But now, that's definitely not the case. The hunters are really struggling. I think we've just like scared everything away, basically. They're all kind of accumulated on the other side of the map. But we're right on the coast here, so fishers are actually really strong. What might be advisable is if we convert... We can either keep hunting for the time being, or we could convert all of our hunters into fishers now, and then just use like worshippers for the power. Worshippers for the fur. Could be a good idea. Yeah, I think maybe if we move the drummer like kind of here, and then so it's a little bit of an issue, and I might need to change it back, because the animals, you know, the deer specifically, they have like a migration behavior where they'll migrate around the map occasionally. But one of the biggest like performance killers is the pathfinding stuff. So in an attempt to try and reduce the length of the paths, I made it so the waypoints don't spawn so far away, so they can't like migrate all the way to the other side of the map. but that kind of causes them to clump up a lot more, as you can see. They sort of find a stream that they like and just chill out there. Oh, this bear just ate one of them, and they all freaked out. Yeah, so there's quite a detailed, like, ecosystem simulation where the animals all have, like, unique behaviors, whether they be herd animals or pack hunters or apex predators, you know, whether they be like, whether they like lecking, you know, like how the bucks will like fight each other and, you know, like, you know, bash their antlers together and stuff. The bears will hibernate during winter. The what else is an interesting behavior? I don't know. That's mostly it. They basically just do what they do in real life, right? The wolves will like fight other packs of wolves for territory and stuff like that. Oh, here we have some foxes. The orange cubes are foxes. It'll be a lot better once we have sprites for everything, of course. You know, it's a game that's really about like slowing down and paying attention to what's going on. So you look at it a lot. You just kind of stare at it. So it's a game that really depends on having like beautiful graphics, which is not something I'm capable of producing. So I think it's really important that we do get a good artist on board, because that's pretty much just what you do. You just look at it. And there's 10, did I say there's 10 different biomes? We have 10 different biomes in the game so far, spanning all 4 climates. Okay, I have enough power to probably get another tent going here. Give them some more shelter. I want to make sure I always keep some power banked for any emergencies that may befall us. So we really want to get... No, this one. We really want to get resurrection. And I think we're gonna be thinking about doing that pretty soon here. Yeah, my hunters are proving absolutely useless this time because all the animals are so far away. So we're gonna switch to fishing as our primary food source. We'll have 3 fishers, and I will convert the remaining 2 hunters into extra worshippers to try and help get the rest of the power that we need. Apparently I still have 1 hunter somewhere. There they are. And so yeah, I mean, this is the first level, right? So it's pretty chill. All of the resources are pretty abundant. I do think I need to modify the animal behavior so that mainly so that the deer will migrate around the map a bit more. Unfortunately, I might just need to make it so that they can migrate further. Currently it's set to like 120 units. I think this ring here is like 30, so the width of this is 60, so it's double that. Like 2 screens, like a screen width at this zoom level is basically as far as they can migrate. I wouldn't even really call that migrating. I'd call that more of a leisurely stroll, if anything. So I think we're definitely going to need to adjust that. But that's why we're playtesting, to figure all this stuff out. We need to get these guys to... You see they spread out a little bit from the stream, but we need to get them to like move around the map a lot more than they are doing right now. It's proving to be an issue. Okay, we've got 8 worshippers. That's bringing in plenty of power. Let's get some more of these tents supplied, because it's raining. So they'll shelter from the rain. If they've got nothing better to do, they'll like shelter from the rain. Oh, I still have an ungifted human. You can be an extra worshipper. Okay, 9 worshippers is pretty good. We can send 3 to unlock Miracle Resurrection, whilst the other 6 continue worshipping in camp to bring in the power that we need. Just gonna make sure that everybody's like had a... Yeah. You gotta look after them. You gotta nurture them. We want to make sure everybody's had a drink and a snack before we send them out. Oh, the rain stopped. Okay. Yeah, you can't take dead humans to the next level with you, so you're really incentivized to get everybody rezzed up before you head off to the next level. Oh, we're all going to bed, are we? Nope, because there's not enough room for everybody. Okay, here we go. Oh my god, the wolves are out hunting. So yeah, every like few days, the wolves will send out a hunting party. So we've got to be... Maybe now is not the time to be unlocking the shrine, you know? And it's not good because the wolves also are trying to hunt the deer and stuff as well. And if they're all miles away, then the wolves aren't going to be able to find anything to eat. Which means they're going to keep hunting until they do, which makes this... unlocking this shrine a lot riskier. Yeah, I definitely need to tweak some of these values and... Holy shit, what is going on over here? I think the wolves might have been fighting the bear. They will, like, you know, fight each other for territory and stuff. Okay, well, at least some of the deer have kind of been herded back down into our side of the map, although we're not really hunting them anymore, are we? Okay, one of my carpenters is playing a dangerous game, looking for firewood over here. Oh shit, what's going on? Okay. Yeah, it's kind of, I quite like the sort of pacing. How, like, you know, it's pretty chill, but then after a while the wolves will, like, go out hunting and stuff. So they start, like, patrolling around the map in groups, and you kind of have to learn the patterns of behavior of the animals and kind of, you know, try to, like, fit into that sort of rhythm of things, play around them, that sort of stuff. I don't know what this bear cub is doing here. I'm pretty sure the bear cubs are kind of bugged. Like, they don't always seem to follow their mother very successfully. I don't know what it is. I'm gonna have to fix that. Let me just write that down, in fact, because it's been happening for a while and I've never even written it down. Bear cubs getting separated from their mothers. Mothers? Or is it mother? And pause. Okay, we're looking pretty good. We've got enough power to probably supply another tent here. The hunters aren't going to be doing it, so it's all on me at the moment. I didn't see if these wolves actually got themselves a meal or not. Looks like maybe one of them died to something, though. Maybe they were fighting these wolves. Yeah, this looks like a larger pack, so... Okay, let's try. There are some deer in the vicinity now, so maybe they'll eat them instead of us. Okay, let's get the worshippers on this shrine. We need to get that guy resurrected, otherwise we're not going to be able to take him to the next level with us. And so as you progress through the levels, you know, it's all based on real-world biomes, which just naturally have, like, more extreme weather, or more scarce resources, or more deadly creatures, right? So I just kind of made these different biomes based on the real world, and then just put them in order of how inhospitable they are to live in. And that's my difficulty curve. It just kind of... Something I often say about this game is that it just writes itself, really. A lot of it's like that, you know. Miracle Divine Intervention was like that. You know, normally if one of your humans wanders into a wolf den and gets attacked or something, you can just pick them up and move them back to camp, right? But if there's a group of humans under attack, then you're like juggling 3 humans and you're like, oh god, you know, let me try and get them out of there. And I was like, it'd be so useful, like, if I could just, you know, boom, 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 teleport them back to camp. There you go, that's the birth of a new miracle. Right there. It just writes itself, really. Oh, these wolves just took down a rabbit. We saw it live. Yeah, I like that a lot, and the foxes are hunting here. I like it a lot that you can look out there and see, like, the animals living out their lives and interacting with one another and stuff. They aren't just kind of like reskins of the same generic enemies. They all have unique behaviors. I think that's pretty cool. You know, I knew I was onto a winner when I managed to make like a bunch of multicolored blocks feel alive, you know. Adding the sprites just really is just like the cherry on top, really. But even when they were still all just cubes, I was like, okay, they're really starting to feel alive. Okay, the wolves are out again, though. They seem to be heading right for it. It's coming right for us. Okay, well, we're just going to scare them off. We don't want to kill them. You don't ever want to kill them. They're just being wolves, you know. They're not evil. They're just wolves. Okay, are they gonna maybe go after this deer or one of these rabbits? I'm a little bit concerned about how close they're getting to my worshippers here. Ah, it's morning again. They're gonna go back to bed. Okay, we should be all right. Gotta keep an eye on things. They're obviously still hungry, but they do have plenty of deer nearby now, so... Yeah, it's kind of cool, like, you know, clearly I do need to increase the migration range to get them to spread out a little bit more, but still, something will happen, like they'll get spooked by something and that'll cause them to run away, you know, or whatever, or the bears, like sometimes there'll be a bear hanging out, like, right on top of a shrine that you want to unlock, and you're like, oh my god, I can't. But then the bear will decide to go fishing in the ocean or something, and so they'll head off to the coast, and then, you know, the coast is clear, no pun intended. So there's always something that'll get them to, like, move around, and it kind of keeps it sort of fresh, keeps it evolving, you know. The maps are very small. This is the maximum room size in GameMaker. Not something that I knew was a thing when I started out on this project. The only reason I chose GameMaker for this project was because I knew a little bit of GML. I was like, you know, I've always been curious as to whether I could make a life sim. And I just happened to know a tiny bit of GML, so let's do it in GameMaker. I had no idea I was ever even going to be able to get this far. But here we are, like 3 years in, and we seem to have a life sim on our hands. It's been kind of crazy. I've basically learned to code on this project, and so far at least, I've managed to overcome every hurdle that's been put before me. It did take about 3 attempts to get it to stick, 3 or 4. I built the project I started from scratch like 3 or 4 times over before it really stuck. And then, like, then I managed to get to this point with it. You know, I'd always come up against something where the limits of my own knowledge would prevent me from progressing, and I'd inevitably give up. But this time, I actually managed to learn everything that I needed to know, and just keep going with it, basically. Okay, we got Miracle Resurrection. I don't know where these guys think they're going. They want to drink from this stream, I think. I'll let them do that, and then I'll just teleport them back home, I think. Oh, why is this bear dead? I wonder what happened to this bear. Maybe that's why that cub is over here on its own. Maybe its mother died. Nature is pretty brutal. That's one of the things that I always find so upsetting, is like, whenever they kill one of the fawns, one of the does that has fawns, and you just know that fawn isn't going to survive to maturity without its mother, and I'm always like super sad about it. Hey, Hamster Hammer, how's it going, man? Good to see you. Holy moly. Yeah, chase them off. Chase them off. Are they going to come back? They're probably going to come back and try and eat that rabbit, though. Okay, what are my guys doing? Yeah, they're definitely, they want to eat that rabbit that they just killed. This is going to be a problem, isn't it? We're going to be conflicting over this rabbit endlessly. Yeah, that's the problem with how stupid the AI is, right? They can't think to themselves like, oh, the humans are over there, we better, like, not go back. They'll just keep trying to go back. Eventually the rabbit will decay, but it will take a while. I'm going to chase my worshippers back into camp. Try and make sure we don't take too much damage. There we go. Yeah, so these wolves are going to keep going after this rabbit. What I could do is if I can find like an expansion stone that I can get my hands on, I could possibly increase the size of the sphere of influence to be big enough where I can remove this rabbit from the map. But right now I can't reach it. How are we doing for food? Oh, we're really struggling actually. We're barely keeping enough food in stock for everybody. I would suggest that we get a few extra fishers on the go. At least one. What have we got right now? Why have we got 3 water bearers? We're right next to the stream. We don't need that many. We got like 100 water in the store. That's plenty. I'm going to convert one of my water bearers into an extra fisher. Yeah, fishers, it's like it's a safe option, you know, especially when you're right on the coast. But obviously, to balance that out, they provide food quite a bit slower than hunters do. Yeah, these wolves are just going to keep coming back. It's going to be an absolute nightmare. Okay, I'm going to need to I want to hit an expansion stone so I can get this rabbit out of here, just so the wolves stop bothering us. What's the easiest expansion stone to go after? I don't know, they all seem to be on the top side of the map. Probably just this one, isn't it? Let's give it a go. So I made some updates to how the worshippers, the worship groups work today. Oh my god, they just ate my frickin' carpenter. I didn't even see that happening. Now we've got 2 dead humans on our hands. We really, we've already unlocked Miracle Resurrection. We just got to accumulate the power to be able to actually use it. Right, please don't fuck with my worshippers here. We're trying to... Yeah, this is the thing, right? They're pretty stupid. They will just keep going for this rabbit over and over again. It's really, really hard to, like, make intelligent AI. Kind of makes you realize just how insanely powerful consciousness is when you actually try and replicate it. No, don't. Okay. He's alright. He's going to get some heals. We're fine. Okay. Good God, I hope these guys don't do anything crazy. Alright. Maybe this expansion stone would have actually been safer to go for. Yeah, I was trying to make something recently, like, I guess I didn't implement it in the end, and I can't remember why. I was like, the guards shouldn't really attack the wolves or the creatures unless they're being aggressive, basically, was my thought. And I think I went back on that, and I forget what the justification was for keeping it the way it is. I thought it through, and I was, at first it seemed like a good idea, and then I found some flaw with it or something, I guess. And it is the way it is. This sort of thing doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it can be a pain. But there's still a way of dealing with it. We just got to get this expansion stone. Hopefully that will increase the size of the sphere of influence just enough to be able to reach that rabbit. Nothing's set on fire yet, has it? Maybe obviously we don't have any more fur because we don't have any hunters. Oh, that one's got 7 of 30. I'll finish supplying that one. We've got plenty of power, but we do need 5,000 power to get both of our fallen humans resurrected. Yeah, you build up like a little graveyard, you know, and then you can res them back up. There was a thought at one stage, like maybe the animals should be able to eat the humans, but then you wouldn't be able to resurrect them. I think for like balance reasons, and also because it's less gruesome. We're probably going to go with the old worms, like gravestones. Yeah, you'll regret that. You know. Alright, we're nearly there. We're over halfway on the expansion stone. They just keep coming back. You know, when they were recording the voice lines for Worms, they actually they spoke really slowly and then sped them up. That's how they did the effect back in the day. I should just write that down on my to-do list real quick. No, not on the bugs list. But increase miracle flow power cost. We've done that now. I want to say increase migration distance. In fact, I think I would say that this needs to be true of many different things, including like the hunters. Maybe. I mean, 120 units is really not that much. I don't know where we want to go with it. We'll figure it out. Let's increase waypoint spawn distances. Let's put that. I know what it means. I don't need to be too specific. We could put the deer migration waypoint spawns to be map wide again to get them so they could literally migrate from one side of the map to the other. That gives them the maximum amount of moving around that they could possibly do, right? It's definitely worse for performance, of course. The hunters, I don't know if we want to do it that way, really. We probably still want it to be, like, based off of their position within a certain distance of themselves, but increase that distance maybe to, like, 240 units or something. Like I was saying before, the width of this sphere of influence here right now is 60, so 120 is double that. Is about the screen width here, which is not very far when you think about it. Okay, we did it, but the rabbit's already gone. Well, we still expanded the sphere of influence. I might increase the size of the sphere of influence, or like increase how much it. Getting off to work, so got a jet. Much love. All right. Have a good one, Fish. Thanks for stopping by. I might make it so that the sphere of influence expands more with each expansion stone than it does right now. I think it would increase their value a little bit. I mean, you can unlock all 4 of them and still have a pretty small sphere of influence at this stage. I think it might need buffing a little bit. Okay. How are we doing? On the whole, not too bad. We got all of our worshippers back in camp, so we'll be racking up that power. I'm just going to crank the time scale for a minute. We mainly just want to get the power to resurrect everybody. I would quite like to unlock the remaining miracles, though. Oh, this one's a tough one, right behind the wolves. Might be a bit dangerous to go for. I think they could be. The wolves might start hunting again pretty soon. It was around day 5 last time, and we're approaching day 10, so we might want to keep an eye out. But yeah, Smite is pretty useless, I'll be honest with you. It's not a great miracle, but Divine Protection is really good. It's just like a bubble. Gives people temporary invincibility. I'd like to get both of those unlocked before I go to the next level. But you can see, like, we're doing pretty good. It's, like, relatively bug-free, and mostly I'm just working on these little balance changes and, like, tweaks to some of the animal behavior and stuff, just to get that in a good spot before I sort of pivot back to drawing sprites, the remaining human sprites. And once that's done, like, I'll pretty much be ready to start playtesting, for one. Ready to start sort of like, well, getting the artwork and stuff commissioned for the Steam page so I can put the Steam page together, and also start putting together a pitch deck so that I can like start sending a build out to publishers and sort of start sending out like a roadmap and a budget and all that stuff to try and get a publishing deal, because I'm definitely going to need a publishing deal to get this thing over the line. I mean, I always knew that, just because I can't do the marketing side of things. I'm absolutely useless at that sort of stuff. Okay, so yeah, I knew it. These wolves are hunting now. Hopefully they'll all get fed, and then they'll you know, enter a food coma and just chill out. And then we can safely just sneak in and get these shrines. Okay, yeah, it looks like they all successfully, they all had a successful hunt there. It's not bad, actually, you know, considering how bad it was before. The deer have spread out throughout the map again quite well. Yeah, just sort of happened naturally without really having to manipulate it too much. But I will still probably tweak the migration code a bit. I might not do the map-wide migration waypoint spawning, but I might at least double the potential range, because 120 units is clearly nowhere near enough. You basically need them to be able to migrate far enough to get close to a different stream, because the streams are the things that cause them to clump up, because they drink quite regularly from them. Okay, we've got enough power to resurrect somebody. Should we get what are we going to do? Let's resurrect our fallen carpenter. There we go. It's a bit anticlimactic. There's no sound effects or particle effects for that one yet. But yeah, let's get divine protection. That is a solid miracle right there. Some lightning strikes. The lightning, if it hits anything, will set it on fire. It's extremely rare that it does hit anything. I've only ever seen it happen once. I saw lightning strike a tree and set it on fire. Yeah, it's never happened since. But I do always check. Whenever I see lightning, I'm always looking to see if it hits something. Weird thing is, it often seems to strike off the bottom of the map for some reason. I don't know. It just picks a random room coordinate. I don't know why it always seems to be off the bottom of the map. But yeah, like I was saying before, this is the maximum room size GameMaker can support. If you wanted to make the map seem bigger, you'd have to just make everything smaller, essentially. Like, work on a smaller grid and have smaller sprites and stuff. I think I got pretty lucky with the size of sprites that I'm using, just sort of coincidentally. If the map was any smaller than this, it wouldn't work. I think we're just right on the limit for like how small the map can be and still kind of deliver a decent gameplay experience, basically. But yes, I would not use GameMaker to make a ColonySIM in the future. I mean, you could, just knowing that going in would be useful. But I think my next game is probably going to be in a different engine, but that's mainly because I want to go 3D, and I also want my next game to be physics-based. Went with Unity. Your Unity sprites around 10 by 10 or so. Really, yeah, I noticed they're very small. But yeah, it gives you a hell of a lot of room to work with. But I'm assuming that Unity would allow you to have much larger, like, scenes. I think they're called scenes in Unity. Much larger scenes than GameMaker's rooms. Although I don't know that for sure. But yeah, I just sort of recently started like getting some ideas for the next game. No, GameMaker. Oh, sorry, I misread what you were saying. Oh yeah. Because I think all of your projects are GameMaker, aren't they? That's great. Okay, 10 by 10 for a character. Yeah. You'll have plenty of room. Mine are 32 by like around 64. It's not exactly 64, but yeah, so you'd be able to do like a 10 by 10 grid or something, right? My grid is 32 by 16. I have a few prototypes in Unreal 5. Cool. Yeah, I'm thinking I'll probably go with Godot for the next project, but I'll do a bit of research and see which one seems like the best fit. But yeah, obviously GameMaker's not going to be viable because I want to go 3D and I want to make it physics based as well. You can do physics in GameMaker, but not really 3D. But I'm thinking the next game will be like a sci-fi colony sim about terraforming planets. Probably. I just like the idea of domes, you know, para-terraforming, making like domed habitats and stuff. Be pretty cool. But that's like at least 3 years away. So The Ballad of Bellum. No, I've not heard of it. Ballad of Bellum. What is this? Well, this looks cool. Oh no. What happened? That's so funny. It's like a little diorama, but it's got real water in it. Interesting blending of styles. I think I might have seen some clips of this on Twitter or something, like, I mean X. I remember the fire burning the wheat fields. Oh, this looks like it could be really cool. Venture on an enchanting adventure in a picturesque tilt-shifted world. Explore dungeons, acquire powerful items, and fight bosses. But why? Well, this whimsical world is not all what it seems to be. Okay. Okay. It's, yeah, I think this could be really good. The world seems a bit empty right now from the trailer. Like, it's definitely feels a bit more like a tech demo at the moment, but I think this could be really cool. That's all GameMaker, wow. A bold move. Yeah, that was really crazy. How are we doing on this shrine? Oh yeah, we almost got it. Okay, those. I think I can trust those guys to safely navigate their way home. All right, divine protection unlocked. Really hoping this bear is not aggressive. I don't think it is. Yeah, I feel like something's going on with the bears. Why are these bear cubs just like on their own over here? Something's... Dragonite spam 3D tutorials. Dragonite spam, not heard of them. Okay, we're looking pretty good. I think we can just grab Smite. We can head to the next level pretty much now. Currently there's no penalty for not sleeping. Technically there's like no reason to sleep. I figure there should be something. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, like, what the final version of this is going to look like, because I've just been making it up as I go along. But there might be a crafting system. It's one of the sort of stretch goals that I've got. I've managed to finish everything and have the funding or whatever to just keep going. I could just keep working on it indefinitely. Then maybe a crafting system, because it gives you like an extra layer of stuff to be doing. But the crafting would require GameMaker tutorials with over 4,000 videos. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking about it the other day, and crafting would necessitate like at least one new gift, probably two. Like, how would it work? You'd sort of need a crafter as like a gift, and you would probably need additional resources, probably rocks. Some kind of rock. Oh, there are Let's Player as well, I see. I was going to say 4,000 GameMaker tutorials is pretty insane. So it would necessitate like 2 new gifts and probably a new construct type, like an armory or like a workshop type construct. And again, the whole thing would need to be automated, because the player isn't going to do any of the crafting. The player is God, right? They need to focus on their godly duties. They don't want to get involved in the lives of the humans. The humans are supposed to be autonomous and have free will and all that stuff, and they take care of all of the earthly stuff. It doesn't fit into the, like, crafting doesn't fit into the power fantasy. It's not like you're going to be managing that stuff. So the humans should do that automatically based on like the demand and the resources. Like, is there a demand for a certain item, and do we have the resources to make it? And then they should just do it. So it would be pretty logic heavy as well, I imagine. So it's a lot to hey Grog, how's it going? It would be a lot to add to the game, but I do think crafting would add a nice additional layer to the game. Yeah, like I say, it's one of my stretch goals sort of further down the line. There's a lot of much more important stuff to do before anything like that. But just through my playtesting, I can definitely see how it would add quite a lot. Just to kind of like spice it up a bit, I guess. All right, we're going for it. Let's go for it. Let's get the last shrine, and then we've got to start working on the portal stones, and then we can get out of here. But it's one of the options, and I've also thought about quests as a potential option as well. I am like a terrible writer, so writing quests would be very difficult, but there's nothing, who knows, depending on how things go. Maybe we could like get a quest writer or something on board. And we could like sprinkle in a selection of random quests to add a bit more sort of intrigue to the world and stuff. Just just more content basically. There's options. We've got ideas in mind, but yeah, there's quite a bit of stuff that I need to do. Like I need to top priority finishing all of the human sprites, adding the rest of the miracles to the game. There's another 23 or 24 miracles that I've got to come up with, or I might reduce the number of miracles per level to 3 if I can't think of that many, so that I only have to do like 30, 31 total, something like that. Yeah, there's something going on with the bears. I don't know what exactly. You see these bear cubs that are just like abandoned. I guess their mothers were killed by wolves or something. This one's been down here for weeks, it seems like, just standing there. I don't think they know how to fend for themselves. I have a particular goal in mind. I mean, I'm assuming you mean like as a developer. Well, the goal is to release the game on Steam and sell as many copies as possible, I suppose. I wrote up a timeline yesterday of how I think the future is going to look from here over like the next 3-4 years or whatever it's going to be, of getting it finished and everything. So this is where we're at right now. The roadmap, okay. Balancing and bug fixes, that's what I'm doing today. We're almost done with that. Finish the remaining human sprites. Start Steam playtests. Publishing deal. Finish all existing content. That's the miracles, like I just mentioned. The remaining creatures. The 2 different endings. And not that I'll be doing it myself. This will require funding to get people on board to do the graphics, sound, music, and UI and UX. Then it's sort of in the midst of all of that, because we don't need all of that to be finished to do this next step. We need at least 3 unique levels to be finished in order to publish the Steam page, because it's important that your trailer and screenshots show off at least 3 unique environments. So we need the graphics, sound, and music to be done for at least 3 unique environments. And then it's a demo, right? And having a demo on Steam allows me to then enter into Next Fest. I want to hit at least 7,000 to 10,000 wish lists before I enter Next Fest, so that we can really like snowball that. And then we move on to the remaining essential features, which is like graphics settings, remappable controls, finishing the save load system, adding config files. And then we get into like the stretch goals, the stuff that would just be cool if we still had the funding and stuff to keep going. Like I was just saying, new gifts, new constructs, crafting, natural disasters, character progression, quests, hero mode where you like play as a single character within the world, you know, because if we built the whole simulation, it's not really too hard to just make it so that you could inhabit it as a single character. And then tutorial is really low down on the list, because you kind of need everything to be locked in order to make a tutorial, because if you make a tutorial and then add new features, you might then need to change your tutorial to teach the player about those new features. Although I do understand that the tutorial isn't necessarily going to teach you everything. It's basically going to teach you the essentials and then leave you to figure out the rest on your own. But the tutorial, and then there's localization. I'm thinking we should aim for about 7 languages, and then there's the potential of console ports. Would be like the very last thing, right? So that's kind of what we're looking at. I just felt like I really needed to figure it out in my own head recently, so that I know like what direction I'm going, basically. But I'm hopefully going to get my Steam page this weekend, but it won't be public for for another few months still, because I have to commission the artwork and a logo and stuff. Yeah, man, making video games is a lot. I forget where this quote comes from, but the one thing they don't tell you about video games is that you have to do everything. The one thing they don't tell you about game development, I should say, is that you have to do everything. Timeline for funding, well, we're pretty close, because once I have the build for the Steam playtests, that's the same build that I'll use for pitching publishers as well. So around the same time that I start doing Steam playtests is when I'll start putting together a pitch deck or several pitch decks for different publishers that I want to approach. So that's pretty close. That's pretty much like on the horizon. That's pretty much imminent. It hinges upon me finishing the remaining human sprites, which is probably a couple of months worth of work at least. But I think they should be in there because they do enhance the playability greatly. You don't have to memorize like which color cube is what when you can actually see who's who from the artwork. And I've been I've been talking to Indiana Jonas. He's the guy who did the artwork for Another Crab's Treasure and Don't Starve and a few others. So, and he says he has some availability coming up in the next couple of months. So, yeah, I'm personally opposed to using asset packs because I believe that all of the art should be original because it increases the production value of the final product. I personally, I don't think I would ever buy a game that used asset packs. And I just to sort of like hit the price point that I want to of like something like $24.99. I think the game needs to offer like oh, for the pitching process. I don't know. You might be surprised there. I've not bought a lot of games. I'm pretty sure just about every game I've ever bought has been original art. I have a pretty limited library of games. But okay, I see what you mean though for the pitching process. I think I'll be okay with which one? The virtual pet? Or the breakout one? I thought you did all your own sprites for the breakout game. Because your stream avatar, it's not a stream avatar, your VTuber persona is based on the artwork that you did for that game, I thought, right? No, I think the use of like GameMaker extensions is smart. I'm gonna use Scribble for all of my text and stuff, and I'm what else is there? I think there was another one. I'm gonna use that one that allows you to do controller support and control remapping. I can't remember what it's called, because that just saves so much time. If somebody's done it and it's good and it works, why spend all the time doing it? Some of the sound is from asset packs. I see. It's not anything against your game. It's just like, I don't even like play games, dude. Who's got the time? You know, I don't even buy good games, let alone like anything else. Right. I'm not saying a game's not a good game. That came out wrong. But you know, there's so many, like, there's bajillions of indie games on Steam. There is zero chance I'll ever buy any of them, because I won't even buy, like, you know, Elden Ring. I don't have the time. Yeah. I'm in the same boat. I spent like a similar amount on my computer, and all I do is play Quake. How are we doing? Oh, we have enough power to resurrect our final fallen hunter here, and I'll convert them into an additional worshipper for now. Yeah, I just think the originality is quite important. I think part of it is I really want to. Okay, that seemed bugged. Did you see how they kept like stopping and starting like that? I think it's bugged. We did do some recent changes to like. Yeah, we're probably going to need to look into that. Nope. I just don't buy games. I play games from the 90s and the early 2000s once in a blue moon. And I go, wow, they really knew how to make games back then. I'll be honest with you, most modern games just look like trash to me. Like, there's very little appealing about them. True. Yeah, and a lot of these games from the past are just timeless. They're incredible, like, in terms of their gameplay and their style, their aesthetic and everything. It ages like fine wine. They still look phenomenal, and they still play better than anything that's coming out these days, you know? Is how it seems to me, anyway. I'm just endlessly disappointed by games these days. I just go back to the ones that I like. State looping when fleeing to guards inside, question mark? That's probably what it is. So I might just have to revert it if it's going to be too much work to get it working. Your game Shields of the Kingdom was inspired by the 1993 SSI Stronghold game, though it looks nothing like it. Interesting. Still have your floppy disk, though it doesn't install any. That sucks, man. That's one reason that I don't collect floppy disks, is because of the disk rot. But I also know that the CDs will also succumb to disk rot eventually. I have one game. I think my copy of Icewind Dale doesn't work. But I also have to put as many limits on myself as possible, because as you can see, I have a fucking problem with buying big box PC games. Alright, I think we can start going for portal stones. I don't like that this wolf is running around. Okay, we can... Why not? Even though we're going to the next level, let's finish off these tents. Nice. Yeah, I think for the most part, you know, that's the only one, and I might have a collection of like 300 games or something, so The CDs seem to be holding up pretty well so far. I think the issue is we made it so that previously they couldn't flee to guards that were inside because there's a complication there. You can't path to something that's inside of another thing. If that thing occupies cells on the navigation grid, right? So we just didn't do it before, but then I was like, oh, I'd still like them to flee to the guards if the guards are available, even if the guards are inside, so we'll try and do that. But it seems to have some sort of issue where probably the fact that they're targeting a tent whilst in the fleeing state is I don't know what's going on with it, to be honest with you, but targeting a tent is probably causing some issues. I might just revert it. Although it does kind of suck, where you know that you've got guards, but they just happen to be like resting or sheltering in a tent, and the humans don't run to them for assistance. Yes, I am procedurally generating the levels with Perlin noise and a fall-off map and stuff. I think it helps increase the replay value. I never thought that I would be able to do it. The plan originally was to design the levels simply because I didn't think I would be capable of procedural generation. And then there's a really good article, you may know it, about procedural generation in GameMaker, or you could even call it a tutorial, I suppose, but it's like a blog, you know. So it's not a video tutorial. And I was reading that, and you know, I had the terrible realization that I might actually be capable of doing it, so I had to try. You know what? It only took about 3 days in the end. Maybe a couple of days of research, and then it took about 3 days to implement. Let me see if I can find it. It's this one, I believe. Yeah, this one. Yeah, so it was one of those cases of like blowing it way out of proportion in my own mind, right? Oh, cool. That would be sweet, yeah. And it adds so much to the game. And there's no way that I could make maps like this good, placing tile by tile. And we have the added bonus of them being, different every time. It just adds so much replay value and stuff. And they're just beautiful. Really, I mean, for like the first 2 years, I had this tiny little test map that was shaped like a kidney bean or something. And everything was squished on this little map. And then this, it was a pretty radical leap forwards. Far too pixelated, ugly maps. Oh, I see. Yeah, well, I'm sure with the help of that article, you'll be able to make your own and get, well, obviously something very similar to what I have here. I did make my life a little bit more difficult by the way that I do tiles. My tiles, and you probably are familiar with how like normal tile sheets look, and you'll see that mine are kind of different because they're in an isometric perspective. Right, so you won't have to do any. I feel like I literally revolutionized tile sheets. It's honestly insane. I had to write this whole thing that like pieces all of these together, and it like puts in all the transition tiles and the many different types of corner pieces that there can be and everything. It's still not perfect. You'll very occasionally see like a missing tile somewhere or something. But God, I'll probably never be able to get it perfect. It's unbelievable. It's absolutely insane as it is now. But I knew that I wanted these like, the isometric sort of angles on stuff. Oh, no worries. So good luck with it. I look forward to seeing what you come up with. These tiles were all actually just made as placeholders because I was working with this girl Sophie for a while, and she's like, she loves doing environment art, and she was looking for, you know, like a hobby project, and I was like, I'll take an environment artist any day of the week. Hell yeah, you get in here, you know. And she was like, okay, I need to understand how your frickin' systems work, you know. Really? What a coincidence. What type of bird? I didn't know you had a bird or birds. And so I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to make an example, aren't I? And so that I can like label everything and be like, this is how the corner pieces work and this is how it all works. So these were just supposed to be like a like placeholders for a demonstration. But then she left, you know, before really producing any assets for the game. She did like concept art and stuff, which looked very promising. But she just wasn't like, you know, as enthusiastic about the project as me, which it's hard to ask anybody to be as enthusiastic about it as me, because I'm the guy making it. It's a brown finch. All right. You think it's a brown finch? I think parakeet visiting your bird feeders. Looked it up. They don't last but a couple of days. Feral. Oh, like somebody's parakeet escaped or something? Is that what you're saying? I'm not sure what you're saying. Right. We've got 3 more portal stones to go, and we can get into the next map. We have enough worshippers to unlock 3 of them simultaneously, actually. We've just got to really keep an eye on things so that nobody gets eaten by wolves at the last minute. Yeah? Where's the 4th and final? There it is. Alright. Yeah, I was making some changes to because it wasn't intuitive how it worked previously. Like if you had, say you had a few available worshippers back at camp and you sent 3 of them off to unlock a portal stone, for example, and then I picked one of these guys up and converted them into something else, like a fisher or a forager or something, the group would be fully disbanded, and the remaining 2 carpenters would start heading all the way back to camp, and a new group would be formed, and 3 new... Did I say carpenters? I meant worshippers. A new group of 3 worshippers would be formed, and they'd start heading all the way over here. And that's just not intuitive. That's not how you would expect them to behave, right? So we changed it now. So if I was to pick one of these guys up and change him into something else, like a carpenter or a water bearer or something, and we had an available worshipper hanging out back at camp, he would just fill the spot. The two guys would stay there, and 1 additional guy would join the group and start heading over there. The only time when the group would be disbanded would be if there were no available worshippers to replace the missing ones, right? The conservation meter seems to have refilled, largely. I think that's because all of these rabbits were recently born, possibly. Yeah, whenever new animals are born, it does go up, because obviously they are being conserved if the population is expanding, or stable at least. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Rescue. Rescue job. Good on you. I imagine probably not. He doesn't realize that it's for his own good. Barry. What a great name. Oh, that's good though. I'm glad. So I'm guessing you got everything under control eventually. I'm glad that you were able to rescue them. Oh boy, yes, it's the guards. I've got to fix that. Sorry, it's when they're fleeing to the guards that are inside. I've got. Oh my god, get out of there! Gotcha. Is it happening again? I noticed how he stopped running, and if I look at camp, all of the guards are inside because it's raining. Yeah, something's going on. Oof. Don't know what a slider is. Like a sliding door, screen door. But yeah, okay. We call those we call them like patio doors or something. Never heard slider before. Yeah. But this is why I think crafting could be a good addition. We got to keep an eye on these wolves. They seem to be heading out hunting. Just give you something to kind of think about whilst in this kind of downtime. I mean, it's not downtime in the true sense of the word, because I'm still having to keep an eye on things, but... You know. If there was some crafting going on in the background, it would be like an extra layer of intrigue, I suppose. It's just sitting there at the base, not moving. Your wife picked it up and put it in the cage, hoping that we'll get some rest and you could let it go. Oops. Portal activated. Oh my goodness, I am hungry. I'm about ready for something to eat after this playtest. I think the rest of the changes might have to wait until tomorrow. Oh, I don't want to release this build with that bug though. I can maybe just fix that real quick, or even just revert it and then release this build. Been almost like a week and a half, and it's not flapping its wings around the cage, just hopping everywhere, and one wing is pointing straight up. Oh no. It might be unreleasable. Oh, I see. Right, it might be hard to find a place that will actually rehab it. Not sure what can be done, you know. Need a professional opinion. Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah. Alright, let's get through this portal. Pretty exciting. This is where, like, I get an error at the last possible second. They're all going to go in the portal and it's going to be like... Instance not found. Variable undefined. Just carrying them all over there. I rarely do this. Normally I just let them wander over there, but I am a bit concerned that they're going to wander into this wolf den. We can keep the guards around, then the guards should just scare the wolves away. I think I may have already put one of the guards in the portal though. Oh look, these wolves aren't even reacting. That's a bug. Why is that? They did. Okay. So as of now, she's alive, eating and drinking, and cheeps at me when you come out there. That's great. Yeah, I appreciate you doing that. Here we are, level 2. You almost never get to see it. We're in the open plains. This level actually has music. It's not one of the best tracks, but it actually has music. Alright, so you gotta like build your camp up and everything and sort of start over from there. Just save it for now, and yeah, we got a couple of bugs. The wolves, I don't know what's going on with the wolves not reacting to the humans like that. That's very strange. Yeah, what is that all about? Isn't it supposed to disable this stuff? Oh, it's there. Maybe that has something to do with it. I don't know. Potentially something... I mean, they all passed pretty close to them. I did move some of them manually, didn't I? Like something being stuck on the tracker could be an issue, potentially. What is this? Why does this bracket close here? That doesn't seem right. It should encapsulate the whole thing. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I'm gonna have to. This might be a job for tomorrow, to be honest with you. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like having bugs in the game, especially bugs that I've created recently when everything used to work fine before doing all of this frickin' optimization and refactoring and stuff. I seem to have broken a lot of things. In honor of Sephiroth and the one-winged angel, we named her Sophie. Oh! And Perry still visits 3 times a day. Nice. That's beautiful. Damn it. Yeah. No, I probably shouldn't do any more tonight. I should get myself something to eat and go to bed and fix this stuff tomorrow. We'll be one step closer. The temptation to just keep going, you know, like pull an all-nighter or do something crazy is always there, right? But it's never the way to go. Indeed, I'll do much better if I'm rested and going in fresh tomorrow. So that's going to be it from me. Really appreciate you hanging out. And let's have a look. Let's try and find somebody to raid. Is anybody making the games? Not that I can see. Not on my follow list. They're not. We're probably going to wind up raking? We're going to be raking Arcus. We're just going to rake him up. No worries. Arcus is always a great fallback option. That wholesome internet cowboy. Let's do it. What's going on? I lost control of the Computron. There we go. Who doesn't? I mean, if you're not following Arcus, I don't know what you're doing. If you're not following Arcus, get in there and give him a follow. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out today. I'll be back tomorrow. Do a little bit more on this. Get these bugs hammered out. And that'll be that. I just closed chat by mistake. But there we go. I can still see you. All right. Thanks, dude. And have a great rest of your day. Whatever time it is where you are. I'll catch you in the next one. Peace out.